好，各位傳媒朋友，大家好。
Friends of the media, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference on Policy Address 2023. This is the first of the series. With us today, we have Chief Secretary Mr. Chen Kok-ki, Deputy Chief Secretary Mr. Warner Chuk, Professor Lo Chung-Mao, Secretary for Health, and Secretary for Housing Ms. Winnie Ho, and Mr. Christian, Secretary for Labour and Welfare. We will focus on three areas, and that is promoting childbearing, targeted poverty alleviation, and support for carers. The rest of the series will have a briefing on other areas. Now, the Chief Secretary, Deputy Secretary, and the Third Secretary will give a presentation with PowerPoint, and then the floor will be open for questions and answers. The Chief Secretary will now have the floor. Good afternoon, Hong Kong citizens and friends of the media. The Chief Executive delivered his second policy address just yesterday. Today I'm joined by Deputy Chief Secretary Mr. Warner Chuk, Secretary for Housing Ms. Winnie Ho, Secretary for Health Professor Lo Chung-Mao, and Secretary for Labour and Welfare Mr. Christian in this press conference to brief you on the three policy areas under the chapter work together to safeguard harmony and stability. As mentioned just now, they are to promote fertility and create a childbearing environment, 2, targeted poverty alleviation, and 3, strengthen support for carers. Riding on prior success, this policy address upholds fundamental principles and breaks new grounds. It echoes the 4 proposals for Hong Kong made by President Xi Jinping in his July 1st key address, which includes working together to safeguard harmony and stability. In order to achieve this goal, this government has been forging a united front with all sectors so as to create an environment conducive to family development as well as building a caring and inclusive community. We share the same goal, that is to make Hong Kong, our home, a better place for all. Now, I'd like to go through the first highlight in this policy address, that is to promote fertility and create a childbearing environment. I believe we'd all agree that Hong Kong is not endowed with abundant natural resources. Human capital is the linchpin to Hong Kong's success. It is also the impetus for social and economic growth in Hong Kong. Long-term policy objectives were laid down in the Population Policy Report published by the government in 2015. Upon review, we consider them to be effective to this day. But in fact, population policy implementation requires long-term and sustained efforts. The measures set out in the report have all been implemented. We agree that it is an opportune time to formulate further measures in response to the present-day circumstances. In the first year of the current term of government, we rolled out a series of measures to troll for talents. On an appropriate scale, we expanded the labor importation scheme to tackle the imminent demographic challenge brought about by a decline in the labor force. These measures have begun to yield results. In order to attract and retain talents, further measures have been announced in this policy address. For example, the physical office of the Hong Kong Talent Engage will be set up at the end of this month. We will also extend the coverage of universities under the Top Talent Pass scheme. Another major demographic challenge facing Hong Kong is the persistent low birth rate. I believe we all understand that childbearing is a major life decision involving different considerations. Different families and couples may have their own considerations. And from overseas experience, we understand that government policies alone cannot substantially boost fertility. In light of the demographic challenge, we believe the most appropriate and pragmatic way is to set a firm policy direction so that we can promote fertility and create a childbearing environment on multiple fronts. We should also provide suitable support to those who wish to have children. Specifically, further measures will be rolled out in 4 areas through this policy address. First, we have a newborn baby bonus. We'll raise the accommodation-related tax deduction ceiling. We will also roll out the Families with Newborns Flat Selection Priority Scheme and Families with Newborns Flat Allocation Priority Scheme to support families with newborns. Second, we'll increase the public service quota for assisted reproductive services and tax deduction to support those who require the services. Third, we'll increase the family working allowance and strengthen childcare services so as to assist working families in childbearing. Fourth, a 5-year funding scheme on the promotion of family education will be rolled out so as to promote family education. Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretary for Housing, Secretary for Health, and the Secretary for Labour and Welfare in a moment will brief you on the relevant measures. The second highlight in the policy address is targeted poverty alleviation. The government has a clear poverty alleviation policy. We will devote resources to helping the most needy with precision. In the past year or so, the government and the Commission of Poverty identified 3 target groups, namely households living in subdivided units, single-parent households, and elderly households, who are either singleton or doubleton elderly. Targeted measures are rolled out to meet their needs. For example, starting from tomorrow, the 27th of October, the second round of the Strive and Rise program will begin. We will recruit mentees through territory-wide school and district networks. This program will also be enhanced. First, the number of places will be increased to 4,000, and we will extend the coverage to Form 1 to Form 4 secondary school students. There will be more mentorship groups and mainland study and exchange tours. An alumni club will be set up for those graduating from the first round of the program so that they can continue to join different activities. Second, in the end of this year, we will roll out a pilot program on community living room. Through government-business community collaboration, we will provide additional living space for subdivided unit households to improve their living conditions. Third, starting this school year, we will roll out the school-based aftercare services scheme in phases, covering 50 primary schools on a trial basis. Through this scheme, we want to help parents seek employment. And fourth, starting from the first quarter of next year, we will engage the care teams with Chunwan and Southern districts as pilots. The teams will visit singleton and doubleton elderly households and provide assistance if necessary. We will regularly review the progress of various measures so that as we accumulate experience, we'll be able to sustain our efforts in poverty alleviation in a systemic and precise manner. The third highlight in the policy address is strengthening support for carers. Apart from the projects announced earlier, such as the 24-hour designated hotline for carer support and one-stop information gateway for carers, the government will continue to work on multiple prongs, including mobilizing care teams, expanding the network of respite services, strengthening peer support services to enhance both hardware and software. The Secretary for Labour and Welfare will give you more details of the above measures. Now I will give the floor to the Deputy Chief Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Secretary. Citizens of Hong Kong and friends from the media, the CE has released his policy address yesterday, under which a combination of initiatives have been launched in order to promote fertility and also to create an environment that is conducive to reproduction. And this is to send a very strong message to society that the government is committed to reversing the low birth rate in Hong Kong so that fertility can be promoted, and in the long run, the talents that are required for economic growth can be generated, and also to ease aging of population. And there are several elements under the combination of initiatives. Eligible parents would be granted $20,000 as a new baby bonus, and that's one of the elements. And under this new measure, eligible parents will be given $20,000 cash reward for each child that has been born since October 25th, 2023, and the program will be for 3 years. Starting from October 25th, when parents are applying for birth registration and applying for birth certificate for their newborn, they can in tandem put in application for the cash reward. And after 3 years, we're going to review this program. And eligibility criteria exists for both parents and children. And for the child, he or she has to be born between October 25th, 2023 and October 24th, 2026 at the time of application, and one of the parents must be Hong Kong permanent resident. According to 2022 birth statistics, around 95% of babies born in Hong Kong have either their father or mother being a Hong Kong PR. And there is a 6-month deadline applicable for the application. And within 42 days of the birth of the baby, the parents should put in the application for cash reward at the same time when they are applying for their baby's birth registration. Failing that, they will have to put in their application within 6 months of the birth of the child. And the application must be submitted by either the father or the mother. And the procedures go like this. When the parents are registering their babies for birth registration, they can either, number one, in person, go to the life and death registry under the Immigration Department for application for the cash reward at the same time when they are applying for the birth certificate. And the staff at the registry will process the application, and then an application form will be given to the parents, and after being filled out, the parents can then submit the application to the staff. Or number two, they can do it online. And what happens is that the birth registration system online of the Immigration Department will have provision for application to be made for the cash reward. But a reminder for applicants is that if they want to go for the online option, they will have to first of all be a member of I'm Smart Plus. And if they want to become enrolled under I'm Smart Plus, they can always go to their nearby post offices to get registered for it. And we have staff on hand to assist people to get registered for the program. The process of application of cash reward will only require the submission of very straightforward particulars, including the name of the account holder for the recipient of the cash reward, an account number, as well as a local phone number that can receive SMS. And the cash reward will then be transferred to the designated bank account of the recipient. And also the Treasury Department will send a SMS to notify the recipient that the cash reward has been transferred. And starting from yesterday, eligible parents can start putting in application. A caveat is that the program requires funding from LegCo. And that's why we need to go to LegCo for approval. And if the approval is forthcoming, then as we have scheduled, the cash reward will be given out in the first quarter of 2024. And applications, of course, will be made after LegCo's funding approval is being granted, and usually it would only take 2 to 3 weeks after application has been submitted for cash reward to be granted. And as the budget for this year has already announced, the basic child tax allowance deduction as well as additional tax deduction for children under the salary tax scheme as well as the individual income tax scheme will be increased from $120,000 to $130,000. And the policy address further describes relief for parents that are planning to have children financially. The policy address announces that for the tax year 2024 and 2025, for taxpayers under the individual income tax scheme as well as the salary tax scheme will be eligible for the following, i.e., if they live under the same roof after October 25th with their first newborn, then they will be eligible for home mortgage interest tax deduction or rental tax deduction. And the ceiling will be increased from $100,000 to $120,000 until the child has reached the age of 18. And also the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau will, in the second half of 2024, launch a 5-year family education program, and the annual provision will be $8 million in order to subsidize civilian organizations and non-profit organizations to put together education programs such as parent-child education and family bond education and so on and so forth.
Secretary for Housing will now have the floor. Thank you, CS. Friends from the media, this policy address has measures to support and encourage childbearing, and these initiatives include housing initiatives. It is always a delight to welcome a newborn to a family. We have different housing schemes such as green form subsidized housing, public rental housing, etc. In order to raise the chances for families with newborns to purchase a flat, a quota of flats will be reserved so that priority can be given to families with newborns in flat selection. In other words, they will have priority in the flat selection process. Now, for target, we're talking about family applicants with babies born on or after yesterday, the date of delivery of the policy address, until the children reach the age of 3. For subsidized sale flats, there is a balloting process which will take some time. As for the effective date, say for HOS and GSH, this scheme will come into effect next year when we roll out new completed projects. Now, as I mentioned, families with newborns will be given priority. In fact, the Housing Authority has another scheme called Priority Scheme for Families with Elderly Members, and a quota of up to 30% has been reserved. The HA will set aside an additional 10% for both schemes, so that these families will have priority in flat selection. They have priority over other ordinary family applicants. Before the child reaches the age of 3, they will enjoy this priority. This will give them more time to mull it over and increase their chance of selecting a flat. As for public rental housing, we also have a similar scheme to support families with elderly members, and that their waiting time can be shortened by up to 6 months. Now, for families with newborns, that is, with babies born on or after yesterday, their waiting time for public rental housing will be reduced by 1 year. It will take effect from April 2024. Secretary for Health will now have the floor. Thank you. CS. Procreation is something natural for the human race. As far as the policy objective is concerned, we want to encourage the public to seize the best reproductive age and to have children as quickly or as early as possible, because this will increase the chance of conception, and this will also minimize the relevant risks on pregnant mothers as well as their babies. But there are couples who need assisted reproductive services because of medical and other reasons, and will provide suitable assistance. The Chief Executive announced in the 2023 policy address that tax deduction will be provided for expenses on assisted reproductive services under salaries, tax, and personal assessment, subject to a ceiling of $100,000, so as to alleviate the financial burden on needy couples. The government will also enhance public service quota for assisted reproductive services. The Hospital Authority will, in the next 5 years, from 2024-25 to 28-29, gradually increase the assisted reproductive service quota for IVF treatments by more than 60%, from 1,100 treatment cycles per year to 1,800 treatment cycles per year. We'll also enhance training for the relevant professionals. I need to emphasize that from the healthcare perspective, the government would like to encourage the public to seize the best reproductive age so as to increase the chance of success and to lower the risks on pregnant women and their babies. The government is also providing tax deduction for the purpose of helping couples who require assisted reproductive services. However, this is not applicable for services which may result in postponing childbearing decisions, such as freezing the eggs. Well, Secretary for Labour and Welfare will now have the floor. Thank you. Yes, I will speak on 3 matters. First, supporting home-based childcare, and also support for carers, elderly, as well as other matters. Now, for childcare, you will find a number of salient points in this policy address. First, we will increase the number of places in childcare centers, be it residential or community childcare or home-based childcare. We will strengthen our efforts. There will also be more subsidies available. We will also increase the working family allowance by 15%, so that with better childcare services available, parents in these families will be able to take up employment. The increased rate of the working family allowance can help them meet expenses. Perhaps I will go through a few salient points. I think we are all concerned about the Neighborhood Support Childcare Project. We need to optimize the use of community resources to enhance child care. Now, as you know, we are going to substantially increase the incentive payment. The current rate is $25 per hour. Now, depending on the age of children, such as those aged 0 to 3 or children with special special learning needs, the hourly rate will be doubled to $60 per hour. For children aged 3 to 9, the rate will be increased to $40 per hour. With this substantial increase, we believe we will be able to incentivize more people to become community nannies. This will also help create jobs. The number of places will also be doubled. As you see, we have the service places standing at 2,000 and the estimated number of beneficiaries being 20,000. 2,000 refers to the number of home-based child carers. As for the estimated number of beneficiaries, we believe the number will be doubled from 10,000 to 20,000. For childcare center places, we will increase the allowance as well as the number of places. Now, subsidies will be provided to government-aided standalone as well as childcare centers attached to kindergartens. The amount will also be increased to $1,000 to alleviate the financial burden on parents. This is not means tested. As long as your child is in one of the aided kindergartens or childcare centers, you will be eligible for the $1,000 subsidy. I'd also like to go back to the increase in the working family allowance by 15%. If this individual works for 192 hours or more, then instead of $1,400, this individual will get $1,610 a month. So for a 4-person household, that is working parents with 2 children, then at present, this family will receive at most $4,200. In the future, this family can receive $4,830 instead. By increasing the amount of allowance, we seek to encourage these parents to take up employment. The other highlight is support for carers. In fact, we have begun our work. We have in fact been operating the 24-hour designated hotline for carer support. So this is a hotline for carers. We also have other initiatives. Now we will be working with the care teams to identify carers in the community. We will deploy teams in Chunwan and southern districts as the pilot, and if need be, we will subsidize the installation of personal emergency link for the needy persons. We will also expand the respite network. Now, with the resources available, we want to optimize the use of services to provide more respite places. Now, there are also 2 target groups. Each year, about 600 people will leave special schools. They will be required to return home. This year, we have a special scheme to support special school leavers and the carers. 21 designated teams will be set up to provide support to the needy families so that they will adapt better to their new life. We also provide better support to carers of those of mentally ill persons. We have 4 more resource centers. We have at the moment 1 such center. In the future, there will be 5 altogether. We will harness technology. That means this year we will inject an addition of $1 billion to the Innovation Technology Fund for application in elderly and rehab care. to help service units procure general technology products for household use, because some people with disability and some elderly may be homebound, so these products will be procured to support those in the community setting. The other point is about poverty alleviation. The Chief Secretary already covered the Strive and Rise program, so I will skip the details. In fact, the second round will begin soon. An alumni club will be set up so that we will have a 1+2 arrangements. The mentees will stay in the program for 1 year and then stay in the club for 2 more years, so that we can provide better support as they enter the workforce. The other point is the community living room arrangements. This is to support the SDU households. We are going to roll out a pilot in Fuqua Street, where more subdivided units can be found. Now, for the pilot program on community living room, facilities will be provided to help them tackle challenges day to day. For example, we have communal kitchens and common space for students to do their homework. More importantly, the living rooms should operate until late at night, say 10 p.m., so that they can have a meal there and take a shower there before they return home. As for school-based after-school care program, this is one of the poverty alleviation measures. This will also help provide childcare for the needy. For primary school students, after school, they can remain on school campuses to finish their homework or take part in other activities. If possible, the operating hours can be extended to 7 p.m. and that concludes my presentation. The floor is now open. If you want to ask questions, please raise your hand. Please use the microphone and state the media organization you represent before you speak. As we have a lot of reporters here, in the interest of time, please limit yourselves to just 2 to 3 questions, so that more reporters can have a go.
The lady reporter next to Joe. Regarding the re-employment subsidy scheme, so for people that are seeking employment for over 3 months, will be granted $20,000. Are you worried that this is going to reduce the incentive for people to actually work? And also concerning the task force on patriotic education, what is going to be the initiatives launched by it? Apart from the Education Bureau and also the Cultural Services Bureau, any other bureaus will be involved in national education and patriotic education? To take your first question, under the policy address, we've got a committee on the promotion of Constitution as well as basic law, and then another committee will be created for national and patriotic education. By its name, you know that this committee, in conjunction with myself, will be responsible for bettering national and patriotic education in Hong Kong and to enable the education to have even more comprehensive coverage. In 2016, when there was social unrest, we have discovered that a lot of young people did not have sufficient understanding of our country, let alone being patriotic towards our country. And a lot of issues have come out of that deficiency. And that is why we believe that there is a need for our younger generation to be patriotic and also to identify themselves as Chinese nationals. And so we're going to iron out the details with the committee, and we're going to roll out the measures in due course. As for re-employment subsidy scheme, I'm going to hand this over to the Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Thank you for your question. The objective of the scheme actually is to mobilize the part of our labor force that actually are capable of working but have not yet joined the labor force. Let me give you some numbers. If you look at the group of people between the age of 40 to 49, very obviously within this group, women that have joined the workforce actually is much smaller. For women, it's only 69%. For men, it's 89%, and so there is a difference of 20%. There may be various reasons for this, but we believe that these people actually are very much capable of working and joining the labor force. And so how can we lure them out to join the labor force? One of the schemes that we would like to try out to achieve that is to target the group of people that have been out of work for 3 months, and then they get a job. If they get it or hold on to the job for 6 months, then they would be eligible for a cash reward. And if they hold on to it longer enough, then they would be eligible for $10,000. If you look at the people above the age of 60, actually the labor participation rate is 24%, and for women it's even lower, at 10%. And so for various reasons, these people are out of the workforce. And so we hope that through this initiative, we can attract people to join the workforce in order to solve a labor shortage in Hong Kong. Next question, please. The lady reporter, spectacled, next to Stephanie. From Mingpao, I've got 3 questions. The policy address announces the housing allocation priority scheme for families with newborn children. So has the government estimated that if priority is given to such families, what is the impact that will be felt by families without newborn children? And also, how much longer will they have to wait for new housing? And also, it's been announced that laborers from Vietnam as well as Laos will be given a relaxed restriction. And so why do you target these places, and what kind of jobs are these people going to hold on to in Hong Kong? And also there is going to be a $500 cash reward for people with disability. But certain disabled people actually are holding down part-time jobs, and if they get the $500 cash reward, would there be a scenario where they have exceeded certain limits? As a result, they won't be eligible for other allowances and other subsidies. And so how can the government address such issues? First of all, concerning relaxation of visa requirements for people from Vietnam, Laos, and so on. In the past, for various reasons, one of them being the state of the economic development, and also illegal immigration and overstaying and so on and so forth. To address these issues, we have imposed certain visa restrictions for people from these countries. As time goes by, these countries have progressed economically in a very significant way, and so having balanced all considerations, we have come to the view that allowing these people to come to Hong Kong to work under a relaxed visa environment would actually not generate as many risks as before. Actually, the risks will be much fewer. For instance, a country like Vietnam, they have progressed quite significantly economically, and also there is a very large talent pool in Vietnam. And so since Hong Kong is now committed to trawling talents from all over the world, we believe that is a good idea to relax visa requirements for people from these countries. As for what kind of jobs they are likely to seek in Hong Kong, then of course it depends on individual cases. And so if we want to trawl talents, then the job eligibility requirement, of course, will be suitably relaxed. And so you have to look at the qualification of individual applicant, and also whether the individual is seeking jobs that not really decided by local Hong Kong people. And we believe that after balancing risk against the benefits, and also looking at the benefits that they can bring to Hong Kong's economy, we have decided to relax visa requirements for these people for coming to Hong Kong. And for the rest of the question, I'm going to defer to Secretary of Housing concerning priority housing allocation. And then the Secretary for Labour and Welfare will answer the question on disability. Now, for housing allocation priority, for children, or for families with newborn children, and what kind of impact it will have on families without newborn children, you can look at the statistics. If you look at the waiting list, for families with children between the age of 1 to 4, the families only account 4% of total numbers. Now, even if the number of families with newborn children has increased significantly by 1 times or even to 3 times, it will only increase to 10%. And so the impact on children without newborns would not be great. Thank you for the question on disability allowance. Concerning the $500 cash reward, actually, this is to encourage these people to work. After getting the $500 cash incentive, it will not impact on their CSSA eligibility in any way. And this is granted under the community charity grant scheme or the care fund. Around 6,000 people with disability are under this category, and so this group of people will be eligible for the $500 a monthly cash grant.
Next, this reporter in front of the one for Pearl. I'm from News. Good afternoon. First, on encouraging childbearing. You have the families with newborns, flat allocation and selection priority schemes to support grassroots families. What about the middle class? Are there further measures to help boost fertility? Now, pregnant women at work are somewhat affected by their state of pregnancy. Is there anything to take care of them? About home-based child carers, under the Neighborhood Child Care Support Project, the number of places will be increased to 2,000, and the estimated number of beneficiaries will be doubled to 20,000. Does it mean that one nanny will have to take care of 10 children? Now, this project has been in place for close to a decade. It seems that not many families are able to utilize this service. Shouldn't the government step up publicity about support for the middle class? Well, the bonus of $20,000, the middle class, of course, is eligible. There is no differentiation of which class of society. For parents from the grassroots and the middle class, that they can benefit from the newborn baby bonus. As for 2,000 home-based child carers looking after 20,000 children, now we're not talking about one nanny for 10 children day in, day out. There are varying needs, some are shorter-term needs. So this is an average figure. It does not mean that one nanny will take care of 10 children throughout the year. Say, on an emergency basis, the parents may deposit the children with a community nanny, and then they just come and go. So that is just an average. About protection for women, I don't quite catch your question. Professor Low, perhaps you take the question. Now, for expectant mothers, we attach importance to safeguarding the health, and Hong Kong is very successful in this regard. For prenatal services in our public and private healthcare system, we are in a leading position around the world. In terms of the survival rate of newborns and the health of pregnant women, again, we fare quite well. We provide quality services. If we have more pregnant mothers, definitely more resources will be provided to support them. In fact, the number of expectant mothers have been on the decline, and we have redeployed our staff. Say, midwives have been redeployed to the ONG services. And anyway, we will ensure that the quality services will be delivered to help these expectant mothers. For the question on middle class, perhaps the Deputy CS can supplement our support measures. Your question was on public rental housing and subsidized sale flats, and perhaps the middle class won't benefit from the schemes. But there are other measures available. For example, tax deduction. For those with a higher income, they stand to benefit more because of the tax breaks. And the tax deduction ceiling will be raised from $100,000 to $120,000. So certainly, the middle class will benefit from it. And also for assisted reproductive services, the public service quota will be increased. This will benefit the middle class as well. We also provide another tax break for assisted reproductive services. That applies to the middle class. The Secretary for Labour and Welfare just now went through some child care services for working parents. This will apply to the middle class as well. Let me say a bit more on promotion of childbearing. Hong Kong has a very low birth rate. Last year, it stood at 0.9. That means, on average, one woman gives birth to just 0.9 baby. Now, in fact, several years ago, the rate was even lower, just 0.77. Discounting the movement of the population, that is, those coming in and those emigrating, in order to maintain the existing size of population, we need to have a birth rate of 2.1. That is for one woman to have 2.1 children. In an advanced economy, this is hard to achieve. Still, we need to make an effort. Some young people have decided not to have children, and it's very difficult to convince them to change their mind. Perhaps through family education program, we can educate them about the benefits of having children. But this is no easy task. Our policy objective is to provide assistance to couples who wish to have a child and yet encounter some difficulties in different aspects such as housing and otherwise. We need to provide incentives to help them. More importantly, we need to set a firm policy direction so that the government sends out this clear signal that we want to promote fertility. For larger enterprises, major employers, if they learn about the government's policy direction, they will provide support. That means they will put in place supporting measures to facilitate employees with children. This way, we hope to encourage more young people at the best reproductive age to have a child. This will be an ongoing task requiring sustained efforts. Of course, the birth rate will not increase substantially a month after this announcement. We just want to have a paradigm shift by giving them a boost. Secretary for Labour and Welfare perhaps can take the question on home-based child carers. Well, it's stipulated that a community nanny should take care of up to 3 children only at a time. So this is just a ballpark average figure. About 20,000 children will benefit from the enhanced measure. Now, for working women, they enjoy a lot of safeguards in our labor laws. The employer must not dismiss a pregnant employee without reason. So there are safeguards. Next question. This reporter on the right-hand side in the middle row. I'm from Now TV. The first question is on childbearing. About the $20,000 bonus, the annual expenditure is 800 million. That means you expect 40,000 newborns a year. Will you be able to exhaust the $800 million? Will it be difficult to achieve this target? Why don't you increase the number of maternity leave days to encourage pregnancy? About the number of places, it will be increased to 900. Is far from sufficient in meeting the demand for child care. Will you leverage on the private sector to increase the number of places of child care services? $2.4 billion. That's our estimate for the newborn baby bonus. So annually, we estimate an expenditure of $800 million. We'll be happy to spend more as long as we are able to promote fertility. In fact, we have enhanced not only maternity leave but also paternity leave. In drawing up measures, we need to strike a balance. In other words, we need to consider the possible social impact. For example, against the backdrop of a prevailing labor shortage, if we further increase the number of leave days, will it go against resolving the shortage of labor? So we need to consider every factor comprehensively and only implement measures that may bring benefits. Now, $20,000 is just a token. It will be far from sufficient in raising a child. Still, we want to make our intention clear. As a form of gratitude, we are giving the new parents a red packet. There are other ways, of course, shortening the PRH waiting time, another chance in balloting for a subsidized sale-flat. These are concrete measures to help them, because in money terms, these measures will far exceed $20,000. Through multiple prongs, we provide assistance to couples who would like to have a child. As for the other question, perhaps Mr. Sun can take that. Right, your question is on childcare centers. We are doing our level best. We have 1,000 places in standalone childcare centers. This number will soon be increased by 900. Standalone childcare centers are in keen demand. At the same time, there are childcare centers attached to kindergartens. They are equally popular. We provide $1,000 subsidy to parents using the services. This applies not only to standalone CCCs, but also CCCs attached to kindergartens, totaling some 8,000 places. This is how we support the parents. Now, another point is, in fact, we've enhanced and extended the maternity leave from 10 weeks to 14 weeks, so that a pregnant employee will have 4 more weeks of maternity leave, and the employer will need to pay the wages as well.
From the South China Morning Post. First, a government source said yesterday that the authorities had not set a hard target on birth rate with the new measures. But how likely will we see it happen? Is it a bit ambitious when the city's birth rate has been declining? And once people give birth, how do you ensure those children grow up in Hong Kong? Second, how will the government foster a family-friendly society as a whole? For example, why didn't the government to talk to the corporates to increase maternity leave? Thank you.
Okay, maybe the Deputy Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Chief Secretary. I think the Chief Executive has also made it clear that we have no so-called KPI on introducing this new initiative. The reason he also made it very clear that whether to give birth to a child is involves many considerations, and we, as government, we respect the decision of the parents concerned. What we aim to achieve is to provide a friendly environment for the parents in different ways. The baby bonus was just one of the measures. As we mentioned from the beginning of this press conference, there are also other measures in the areas of, for example, some facilitation in applying for public housing, shortening the public owned property, and also shortening the waiting time for going to public housing estates. Also tax deduction, also tax deduction for newborns, tax deduction for using assistive measures. So we hope that by providing these measures in totality, the environment will be more conducive to the parents to consider bringing a new member to the family. And as the Chief Secretary has also said, we can only be assistive, and ultimately it would be the decision of individual parents. And yeah, that's why we try our best to create this friendly environment, but I don't think it is really meaningful, or we have any basis to say that this is a hard target, this is a KPI that we have to achieve. But we believe together these measures should help to at least arrest the downturn in birth rate in Hong Kong, which is quite serious at the moment.
Okay, maybe I can supplement a little bit. You talk about the birth rate. I think the birth rate actually in Hong Kong is extremely low, I would say. Take last year as an example, our birth rate was 0.9. And for the replacement rate is 2.1. If you take this as a target, or so-called target, I would say it is difficult to achieve, especially for many, according to our experience in some advanced societies, advanced cities, the birth rate is much lower than 2.1. But having said that, we have to try our very best to encourage more a higher birth rate. It is for the benefits of Hong Kong in the long run. And you asked me whether we will ensure that the baby born in Hong Kong will grow up in Hong Kong, right? Actually, we just encourage more babies to be born in Hong Kong, and it is not possible to guarantee that they will remain in Hong Kong after growing up. We have no such intention, but we believe that if more babies born in Hong Kong, and then more babies will remain in Hong Kong, although not 100% of them will be staying here. All right. So this is our I would say this is the policy intention. I would say.
好，今日時間有限啦，咁我哋問多兩位記者問題。
We are pressed for time, so let's allow questions from two more reporters. Each of them will be given 2 questions. The lady reporter in light brown clothing. I'm from RTHK. 2 questions. First of all, concerning community living room. The pilot scheme is to be launched on Fuqua Street, Shamshapo. Can you let us in on a little bit more as to how exactly is it going to work and operate? Have you got any other locations in the pipeline? And have you got any other organizations in the private sector that are willing to participate? And also, how can you recommend suitable SDU residents to use the community living unit? And also, concerning the 1+1 mechanism, now concerning quality monitoring, aren't you worried that the threshold will be lower so that quality assurance cannot be guaranteed, and also substandard medicine might be used in Hong Kong? So how can you prevent that from happening? First of all, concerning community living room, now this is a very, very good initiative, because for SDU residents, they are subject to very limited space, and that is why their social interaction is severely restricted. And very often, because of this restriction, their social activities have become very much curtailed. And this, of course, will impact on them emotionally as well as psychologically and physically. And so, if we are able to provide more space for them to do social interaction, we believe that this will enhance the quality of their life. And so this is the rationale behind community living scheme. And so this is a cooperation between public and private sector. And at Fuqua Street, a private organization, as a pilot scheme, is going to donate community living space. And they are very generous, and they are willing to also decorate the space. And it's 7,000 to 8,000 square feet in area, and it comes with kitchen, and it comes with sufficient space for SDU residents to interact socially with each other, to chat, and also to cook there. And we believe that this is going to go a long way to help the social activities of SDU residents. And if SDU residents have got the time during daytime, then they can spend more time at a community living space, so that they won't be subject all day long to very restricted space in their own home. And also their children will also benefit. They can play with their friends in a community living space. As for the specifics, I'm going to ask the Secretary for Labour and Welfare to give you details.
Thank you. The business sector will provide the venue. As the CS just explained, they will provide free of charge the venue for a period of 3 years. They will also provide the renovation. An NGO will be tasked to operate the community living room, which will be funded by the Community Care Fund. So with tripartite collaboration, like the CS said, we want to provide a space to help SDU households. We have a membership system. That is, the NGO should first ascertain the user as an SDU householder, and they will be able to use the space to meet their day-to-day needs. Now, another reporter asked a question on the 1+ mechanism. Professor Low will be hosting a press conference to explain the relevant policy portfolio. In the interest of time, we should focus on the 3 highlights today. We move on to the next reporter, please. This reporter in white. I'm from Cable. Good afternoon. After delivering the policy address, many parents have expressed that they would not give birth to a child simply because of the $20,000 newborn baby bonus or the flat allocation priority scheme. So have you tried to find out why we have such a low birth rate? Are there other measures? Now, the district care teams will be tasked to tackle extreme weather, to care for the elderly and the disabled, etc. Are they really capable of taking care of so many things? And what about the dedicated team for referrals? I explained just now that in an advanced city like Hong Kong, it is very hard to achieve the replacement ratio or rate of 2.1. For young couples, it's always up to them to decide whether to have a child or not. This is affected by many reasons. Some of them may prefer to have a pet over a child. It is very hard to convince people to change their minds. However, I emphasize that it is our policy direction to provide assistance to couples who would like to have a child and run into some difficulties. For the $20,000 newborn baby bonus, this is a token for us to send this clear signal to the community. We have a package of measures. This measure should not be regarded on its own. We want to provide assistance to those in need. For example, for PRH applicants, their waiting time can be shortened by 1 year. For the middle class, again, they will be able to find suitable accommodation sooner. Tax deduction is another incentive. If for some reason the couple has difficulty in conceiving a child, they can seek medical help. It comes with tax deduction as well. So all in all, we want to provide incentives to encourage young people to have a child. Sustained efforts are required. I don't think we'll be able to yield results in a very short term. But we need to make a move now, and then we will gauge the situation and see whether there are other ways to encourage young people to have more children. We'll definitely consider all the options. As for the care teams, we will run pilots in Chunwan and southern districts. These care teams will visit singleton elderly households. The home visits are very important. We take the approach of targeted poverty alleviation. We have identified target groups such as SDU households and singleton elderly households. They are our priority. We have an aging population in Hong Kong. Many elderly persons are living on their own. We have singleton, doubleton elderly households. They may not be well aware of the assistance that the government can provide. So home visits are essential. These care teams will visit them household by household, and if necessary, the teams will help them apply for assistance. There may be other needs identified during home visits, such as mental health services, and if need be, referrals can be made for the relevant social service units to follow up. Many members of the care teams have a lot of experience in serving the community. Now, if necessary, the Social Welfare Department will also provide assistance. We aim at collating the effort of the community. For elderly, what is more important on top of financial assistance is to show care. That is why we want to pay them visits. Some elderly households may have the means to replace a television set, only that they are unwilling to do so. And the care teams can arrange for a new TV to be delivered to help address their livelihood problems. But this is especially so against a rapidly aging population. We need to act quickly. For our elderly, apart from helping them financially, we also need to give them a sense of happiness, as Hong Kong is their home. Say we have the $2 transport concessionary scheme. It is a huge success because elderly people can make use of the scheme to go about town instead of being trapped at home. This is very beneficial for the well-being of our elderly, both physically and mentally. Likewise, we want the care teams to have the same impact. As they visit the elderly households, they can identify their needs, and then they can report back to the government, and if need be, follow-up action can be taken. The Social Welfare Department can provide assistance. I'm sorry, Professor Low, would you like to respond? I want to supplement on the point of assisted reproductive services. It seems that there is a misconception in the community. As I mentioned just now, procreation is natural for the human race. It is also our right to have children. But there are many factors for a family to consider whether to have a child. One factor is the concept of childbearing. Well, there is now a prevailing misconception that with assisted reproductive service, if I don't have a child now, I can have a child later. Because of the services available, I can freeze my eggs, for example. This is a misconception. From the healthcare's point of view, having one in the oven in the 30s and the 40s are entirely different matters. In terms of the risk for the pregnant mother and for the baby, from the medical point of view, of course, we encourage those at the reproductive age to have a child as early as possible, especially if this is part of their life planning. Another misconception is about freezing the eggs and assisted reproductive service. It is not as easy as forking out money for it. The treatment plan is quite complicated. Risks are entailed. For example, for the freezing of eggs, you need to visit a clinic for a prolonged period of time for injections to be administered before you're able to have your eggs extracted. For infertile couples, this may be one way out for them. There is a medical reason. For those at their reproductive age who are fertile, in their family planning, they should consider the harm that may be brought to their health if they choose to have a child later and not at their best reproductive age. There is a price to pay. I just want to explain this misconception to the public. From the medical point of view, if it's part of the couple's plan to have a child anyway, to raise so-called perfect family, they should have a child as early as possible. Right, that's the end of the first press conference. The next one will start at 3:30. Thank you.
好，各位記者朋友。
Friends from the media, welcome to the press conference on the Chief Executive's Policy Address 2023. Present today with Mr. Paul Chen, the Financial Secretary, Mr. Christopher Hui, SFST, and also the SCED, as well as the Secretary for Housing. I'll give the floor to the FS first. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The Chief Executive delivered his second policy address, and together with a few Bureau Directors, I would like to introduce the main measures and the policy address on promoting economic development and financial services, and also changes in our housing demand side management. Before I give the floor to policy directors, I would like to brief you on the latest economic situation of Hong Kong. After all, these are important background for our measures. Hong Kong is a small and open, external-oriented economy. It is subject to impact of the external environment. The situation in the third quarter in the external environment continued to be challenging. And interest rates are still rising. This has affected the need for goods, and also this has also dampened market confidence. Now, for the inflation in the U.S. and Europe, the inflation is still high, and their monetary policies remain tight, and this has lessened the demand for goods. It is expected that the tightened monetary policies will remain for a little bit longer than expected. Geopolitics continue to be tense, and in fact it has signs of intensifying recently. And again, this has brought uncertainties to our economy. However, after the working meeting on the economy of the Political Bureau in the mainland, there are a number of measures rolled out to boost the economy. Consumption and investment grew in August and September. The drop in exports slowed down, and the economy has picked up. The economic growth in the mainland in the third quarter was 4.9%, so I believe the 5% annual target can be reached. For the local environment, we continue to face difficulties. While inbound tourism and private consumption have helped our economy to pick up moderately. Now, in the first half of the year, the growth was 2.2%, and this trend continued. However, the growth was again slower than expected. Now, we have three driving forces for our economy. For private consumption, inbound tourism is picking up. In the third quarter, we had, on average, 130,000 visitors per day, equivalent to about 65% of the level in 2018. And then in August, hotel occupancy rate was close to 90% for exports. Because external demand remains weak, and because of the effects of geopolitics, our exports continue to drop. In July and August, there was a 6.2% drop year-on-year. And as for fixed asset investment, now this year we had a strong rebound in the third quarter. The labor market continued to improve. Seasonally adjusted unemployment rate dropped from 2.9% in the second quarter to 2.8% in the third quarter. Inflation remains moderate. If we disregard one-off measures from the government, now for the CPAI in the third quarter, it was 1.6%, a little bit slower than the 1.7% in the second quarter. Residential market, after 2 years of orderly adjustment in this sector, property prices in September 23 was 70% lower than the peak in September 2021. The number of transactions fell from 67,000 per month in the first half of 2021 to 3,100 in the same period this year. And for the first quarter of this year, 4,700, and second quarter 4,100. But then there was no panic selling yet. We have seen an obvious increase in supply. In the coming 3 to 4 years, it's expected that we can have a supply of 107,000 flats, a very high level. For the 5 years, starting from 2023, we expect that 19,000 flats can be completed per year. Property market has been under pressure in this whole year because of the situation in the economic situation in the mainland and also uncertainties associated with the property market. For the economic outlook, generally speaking, geopolitics continues to worsen. This has brought more uncertainties to the global economy, and we face more challenges. Inevitably, the local economy will be affected. For the remaining time of this year, the major economic growth momentum will come from inbound tourism and private consumption. Taking into account the current situation, the policy address has got various measures on promoting our financial services and our economic situation and the residential property sector. I give the floor to Mr. Christopher Hui to brief you on what we're going to do on financial services side. Thank you. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to brief you on the measures announced by the Chief Executive in his recent policy address. We have a broad range of measures to promote further development of our financial services sector. On development of an international financial center, we will continue to consolidate our competitiveness in the stock market and unleash potential in this sector. The task force on promoting liquidity in the stock market has submitted a report to the government. The report has been accepted by the CE. We will roll out a number of measures to ensure the sustainable development of our financial center. First, we are going to reduce the rate of stamp duty on stock transfer from the current 0.13% to 0.1% of the transaction variable payable by buyers and sellers respectively. The aim is to complete the legislative procedures by end November. Now, the Securities and Futures Commission and the regulators will take forward a review of price spread in the stock market so that for a liquid but spread limited stocks will then set the prices to reflect the current situation. We are going to provide fixed price structure, real-time data services to enable investors to have access to real-time market data to lower the cost for getting market data. We're going to reform the GEM. The Hong Kong Access already started a public consultation, taking into account views from the public consultation exercise. We are going to implement the revised listing rules in the first quarter of next year. There are also measures to promote further development of our stock market. We will facilitate overseas issuers to list in Hong Kong. We will facilitate secondary listing of overseas companies to encourage repurchase of stock by issuers and to continue our market operation in even inclement weather.
In terms of enhancing our competitiveness, there are 4 measures. The first one is to enhance or strengthen the offshore RMB business. We will increase the liquidity and the RMB counter will be incorporated into the Stock Connect, and we'll also introduce the offshore mainland government debt futures. Second, we deepen our cooperation with the GPA. We have the close collaboration with the Tianhai. We have the OPS. We have the qualification under the QFLP. We're taking part in the private equity investment. In the first half of next year, we'll be setting up the Hong Kong Shenzhen Financial Cooperation Committee. Next year, we will be setting up an integrated fund platform to expand the fund network and also to lower the transaction costs. In the FinTech week, we will be disclosing further details. And in terms of the green and sustainable finance, we will take reference from the proof of concept subsidy scheme. There will be a scheme that will be rolled out for the fintech and green finance. And this is about the development of these models. And for the green fintech proposition, we will be offering early stage subsidy to build up Hong Kong as a fintech hub. Headquarters economy is a new initiative and a new way forward. The SL government will be liaising with the ministries of the mainland to identify the facilitation measures, like the capital investment program to render assistance for mainland corporations to set up headquarters in Hong Kong, and we also have the redomiciliation mechanism for enterprises that are based in Asia Pacific. We're luring them to redomicile to Hong Kong. There will be a legislative proposal that will be introduced to the floor of the Legislative Council, and the Hong Kong Exchange and the Bureau will be approaching the relevant enterprises for them to redomicile to Hong Kong. And we'll also be consolidating the investor investment entrance scheme. If they invest in bond, with the exception of real estate, the investor investing $30 million will be able to benefit from this scheme and apply for admission to Hong Kong. This is to enhance the wealth management and the finance development. All the details will be fleshed out and announced this year. In order to take forward the major development, like the Northern Metropolis and the Kao Yu Chau artificial islands, and also the financing, the government will be setting up a committee headed up by the FS, the Committee on Financing of Major Development Projects, and an office will be set up in this regard to tender advice regarding the financing option, like the introduction of private investors, and also the impact on the finances of the Hong Kong government to ensure the robust financing in Hong Kong. So much I have to say for the time being. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ajalon, please. Fellow citizens, friends of the media, I'll be briefing you on the 2023 policy address in relation to the CEDB. First, support SMEs. The SMEs are making pivotal contribution to Hong Kong's economy. As Hong Kong is coming back from COVID, the government will be supporting the SMEs to address the liquidity issue and also to help them explore new markets and help them rise to the challenges. The Hong Kong Export Credit Insurance Corporation has been providing support for export trade. The global economy is reviving progressively. We are proposing to raise the statutory cap on the contingent liability of the HKCIC from $55 billion to $80 billion to enhance the underwriting capacity. We will allow the HKCIC to explore further options to explore additional markets and offer guarantees. There will be upgrading of the free credit check service on buyers from 10 ASEAN member states to increase the confidence on the part of the exporters. The principal moratorium arrangement has come to an end, and the borrowers are beginning to make repayment. Having regard to the liquidity situation of different enterprises, the government will be introducing more flexibility to allow the enterprises to choose to repay only 10%, 20%, or 50% of the original principal amount payable each month. In terms of e-commerce, e-commerce is taking off the world over. We will be setting up an interdepartmental e-commerce development task force to implement policies assisting the Hong Kong SMEs in developing the mainland markets. Through the HKTDC, we will be organizing the Hong Kong shopping festivals on e-commerce platforms so that the SMEs can seize the high traffic platforms to raise the awareness of Hong Kong products for developing nationwide domestic consumption market. Under the BUD fund, the government will launch e-commerce 2, and under the $7 million subsidy, $1 million will be set aside for the implementation of e-commerce projects. In relation to IP Trading Center, the government has been committed to protecting IPs and promoting IP trading. We are taking advantage of tax advantages to develop Hong Kong into a regional IP hub. In order to maintain the robustness and competitiveness of our copyright regime, we will be conducting a consultation next year to explore further enhancement of copyright ordinance regarding protection for AI technology development. We will implement the patent box tax incentive. A bill will be introduced to the Council in the first half of next year. We seek to reduce the tax rate for qualifying profits derived from patents from the existing 16.5% to 5% to encourage more R&D and commercialization. We will take the lead in discussing with stakeholders to plan for the introduction of regulatory arrangements for local patent agent services and also to train up the talent pool. The Hong Kong TDC will enrich the Hong Kong international film and TV market, the Hong Kong International Licensing Show, the Hong Kong Book Fair, as well as the Asia IP Exchange Portal, with more trading elements for locally produced products to be brought into the mainland market. Integrate international development and deepen regional economic integration. We will leverage Hong Kong's role as a functional platform under the BRI in the context of dual circulation, and we will help Hong Kong be integrated into the region.
Presidency in the third B&R International Cooperation Summit put forward 8 major measures in building B&R, and that include building a world-class economy. Hong Kong has the advantages of having the strong support of the government and being closely connected to the world, and we can help in promoting professional services and developing people-to-people bond. We will arrange missions to BNR countries and will visit to GLA for overseas enterprises operating in Hong Kong. And we will set up additional consultant offices by Invest Hong Kong and Hong Kong TDC along the BNR. CEPA, since 2003, CEPA has become a comprehensive free trade agreement. We will grasp the unique advantages of Hong Kong. For instance, in financial services, we will seek further liberalization in GBA and even the whole of the country so that professionals and enterprises in Hong Kong can make use of this opportunity to tap into the mainland market. We'll continue to expand our global economic and trade networks. We will strive for early accession to Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. We will expand our reach to markets of ASEAN, the Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa, and we will actively seek to forge free trade agreements and investment agreements with more trading partners. On promoting 5G development, currently our 5G networks have covered 90% of the community. In core business area, we have reached 99%. We will continue to enhance the coverage of 5G networks. We will expedite the expansion of mobile network infrastructure in rural and remote areas by providing subsidies. We will supply more spectrum to mobile network operators by auctions, and we will coordinate proactively with relevant organizations to enhance 5G network capacity at major public events and venues. We strive to present an amendment bill to the Council by the end of this year to amend the telecommunications ordinance to ensure that for new buildings we have sufficient room for mobile network operators to build infrastructure, and we will also amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance so that spectrum obtained by auction will enjoy tax concessions. Thank you. That ends my presentation. Winnie, Secretary for Housing, please. Thank you, Financial Secretary and friends from the media. We'd like to brief you on some of the housing measures in the 2023 policy address, in particular demand-side management measures for residential properties. The government has decided to adjust the demand-side management measures for residential properties starting from the delivery of the policy address yesterday. There are a number of measures. First, to shorten the applicable period of the special stamp duty from 3 years to 2 years. And secondly, to reduce the respective rates of the buyer's stamp duty and the new residential stamp duty by half, from 15% to 7.5%. For instance, for a property costing $10 million, now if the owner wants to purchase another flat, he had to pay $1.5 million. Now it will be reduced to $0.7 million. For a non-Hong Kong resident in buying new residential property, then he will have to pay $3 million for a $10 million flat, but now be reduced to $1.5 million. And for incoming talents, we are going to introduce a suspension, a stamp duty suspension arrangement starting from yesterday, i.e. the 25th of October onwards. An eligible incoming talent who acquires a residential property may apply for suspension of payment of BST and NRST, but of course he will still have to pay ad valorem duty at scale 2. There will be a charge where the beneficiary is the collector of stamp revenue. The Inland Revenue Department will provide a certificate of legal charge and register it with the land registry. Once an eligible incoming talent becomes a permanent resident of Hong Kong, can apply for the charge to be released. Upon receiving such an application, the Commissioner for Inland Revenue can then issue a certificate for release of the legal charge. If the incoming talent, now starting from the day he is given the permission to stay, in 9 years' time, if he fails to become a permanent secretary, then or when there are certain circumstances, including the situation when he is no longer the owner of the residential property, then within 30 days will have to pay the relevant stamp duty to the IRD, or else a surcharge will be applicable. It can be up to 10 times of the original stamp duty. That ends my briefing. Thank you. I now take questions from members of the media. Yes. May I remind you that when you ask questions, before you ask questions, let us know the agency you represent, and because, or in the interest of time, each reporter will be allowed to ask up to 2 questions. The session is on financial services, our economy, and also the residential property market. If you have questions outside this area, please reserve to a later time. Commercial radio. I'd like to know the extra spending involved in the policy address, because the government has set up many new policy committees and working groups, and at the same time there will be a reduction in tax. Given that land sales is not very satisfactory, what do you think will be the extra spending involved, and will our deficit be widened a lot? And for stock stamp duty, it will be restored back to 0.1%. On what basis do you believe that it can improve the liquidity of the stock market? And as for the adjustment and the demand side management measures, how long can you expect these measures to see results, and when will all the measures be lifted? Now, for the policy address, the impact on our expenditure will be more than a few billion dollars per year. There are various items proposed in the policy address, including investment in future infrastructure. In the Office for Major Infrastructure Financing, they will work on the financial aspect or financing aspect. The purpose is, when we invest in the future to generate more benefits for the future, we will utilize market forces and capital available in the market to assist our investment. For stamp duty, now the situation is like this. The number of factors at play when it comes to the liquidity of the stock market. Transaction costs aside, there is also the economic situation, the geopolitics situation, and also the flow of capital at a particular point of time. Stamp duty is only part of the cost components. There is also a commission for brokers, and also cost to the Hong Kong X. Apart from adjusting the stamp duty for stock transactions, there are also other measures we have to take into account the affordability of our public finances. After all, stock stamp duty is an important element to our public coffers, and having considered all factors, we believe it is appropriate to restore that to our previous level.
As to the property market, the situation when we launched the cooling measures is different from what it is now. both in terms of the transaction volume and also the speculative activities, and also the supply and economic situation. So having regard to all these factors, we believe that at this point in time, with regard to the demand-side management measures, it is appropriate for us to relax a little bit. Next question, please. Last but one row, gentleman in suit, please. Commercial Daily. Also a question on the stamp duty for stock trading. In the policy address, before the policy address, there were some news that the officials responsible for finance had some reservation about the reduction. And it was said that the reduction was the decision of the chief executive. Now, Mr. Financial Secretary, how do you see this matter? The world over, the stock trading stamp duty is lower than that in Hong Kong, or even they have waived the stamp duty altogether. Are you going to further reduce or cut the stamp duty for stock trading going forward? Is there any justification for further reduction in this regard? Second, in terms of the economy, in Q3, the GDP might not be the same as projected by the government. Will the government be reducing the forecast for the GDP for this year? Right, stock trading stamp duty, the officials in the Hong Kong SA government and the chief executive took a collective decision after taking into account the situation. Now, to enhance the stock market liquidity, we have to consider the various factors. I mentioned the costs. You also have to look at the investment sentiments. When people make investment in the securities market, they want to make profits. So it has to do with the picture that they have in mind going forward. And they don't just look at Hong Kong. Hong Kong is, after all, a tiny little external-oriented economy. The European and U.S. markets will also have some bearing on Hong Kong. Third, we have to consider the geopolitics. The geopolitical situation would impinge on the flow of the capital and also the investors' sentiments in the market. Other than these macro external picture, the Task Force on Enhancing Stock Market Liquidity has also made some recommendations in its report to the Chief Executive. That the Task Force is composed of individuals from the trade and also experts. When we look at the market liquidity, we have to look at the structure of the market. We have to have regard to the listing regime and also the trading mechanism. And we also have to look at the position limit regarding the derivatives. We also have to consider how we can lure capital into Hong Kong and the liquidity of the capital. Now, stamp duty is one of the factors. Other than the stamp duty, the brokers' commission, the exchanges fees regarding the information and data, and also the repurchase of the shares, when will it be allowed, and the repurchased shares, will they be allowed to be reissued? Now, these would affect the listed companies and also the GEM board reform. How can we lure more international companies to get listed in Hong Kong. There is a whole host of factors. In terms of the trading mechanism, there is some consideration about trading under severe. 我哋睇先。But in the Qianhai measure, we can see that the measures in the first half of the year, there will be a financial cooperation committee to be formed with Shenzhen. What purpose will this particular committee achieve? I defer to Mr. Hui. But this has to do with the cooperation with Shenzhen. We have been cooperating with Shenzhen and Qianhai, and in the policy address, it mentions the cooperation with Qianhai, and we are working in cooperation with Qianhai about the limited partnership fund. And if we set up the LPF, certainly would provide facilitation, and we are encouraging the LPFs that are registered in Hong Kong to gain entrance into Qianhai to become LPFs. And in the LPFs, a lot of them have to do with the Bay Area, and it is important for them to be positioned in the GBA. Second, the other question you mentioned has to do with the setting up of a financial cooperation committee with Shenzhen. This is in the works. We hope that we will be able to take advantage of this committee to explore more entry points regarding financial cooperation, like green finance and fintech. We hope that we will be able to foster better cooperation between the two places. Like Shenzhen has already issued bonds in Hong Kong twice, and in Hong Kong we have a lot of fintech models that have a market in the mainland. So we are together taking forward the financial cooperation between the two places. The one in the shirt, please.
Questions from the South China Morning Post. The first question is about measures for reducing the stamp duties on property deals. Many market leaders were disappointed that the curbs were not totally removed. Can you explain why the government decided to partially lift the curbs instead of fully removing it? And what situation and condition would the government consider to remove all of these property market curbs? The second question is, how can you assure that the easing of the property stamp duties will not make the housing prices more unaffordable to Hong Kongers? And under what circumstances would the government then try to reintroduce these curbs to try to put the market back in? to control? Thank you.
Let me invite the Secretary for Housing to reply this question first.
Thank you for the questions. As you know that the private property is like 50% of the residential unit in Hong Kong are private property, and about 50% is the public sector. So housing is
Relatively limited because it took time for the supply to come onto the market. Now the demand-supply situation is very different from then. This is number one. Number two, when we introduced those measures back then under the tight demand-supply situation, the policy objective is to afford Hong Kong permanent residents to have certain priority, particularly if they are the first-time home buyers. Now that the demand-supply situation is very different, then the comparatively heavy duty imposed back then would have room for relaxation. But if you want to afford those Hong Kong permanent residents without a residential property to have certain priority, we still maintain a difference. That is the 7.5%. Thank you.
Next question. The lady in black in the row, last row. I'm from Singtao. On the deficit, as asked by a colleague, will the measures and the policy address further widen our deficit? We're told that the excess spending would be a few $billion. Will the greatest expenditure item come from the incentives to promote fertility for incoming talents? Are they going to enjoy a suspension and the payment of stamp duty? Have you assessed the possibility of their defaulting on payment upon their leaving Hong Kong, and how will you address that? The second question I will defer to Ms. Winnie Ho, Secretary for Housing. The deficit for this year will be higher than when I first budgeted for the year. And for new initiatives in the policy address, of course, some will take immediate effect. Some will only take effect in the next fiscal year upon approval by the Legislative Council. The spending will be reflected in future budgets. The deficit will be higher than what was originally in the budget. This is because revenue from land sales and stamp duty has been smaller than first projected. Hong Kong is a small economy. Our revenue will go up and down together with volatilities in the economic situation. So we should view it in an economic cycle. All we need is to strike a balance over the whole cycle. We should not put too much emphasis on whether it is a deficit or budget for a particular year. There are various measures in the policy address on developing the economy and to enhance our competitiveness and to attract more enterprises to Hong Kong. If we can attract quality enterprises to Hong Kong, if they thrive here, then they will pay tax to the government, so will the employees they hire. For instance, OASIS has organized an event. 330 enterprises are going to come to Hong Kong. They are going to invest $30 billion and bringing 10,000 jobs, many of them at managerial and research levels. This will generate revenue for us. So long as we work hard together to develop our economy, then we can have more taxes from different sources. This can support our measures to enhance people's livelihood. And this will help us to balance the book in our budget. As for the suspension in the payment of stamp duty, I defer to Winnie. Thank you. As I explained in my PowerPoint presentation, if an incoming talent has acquired a property, a residential property, he has to apply to the Inland Revenue Department, and then a charge order will be made and registered at the land registry. When there is a property transaction, of course, a land search will be done by the lawyer, and the charge is visible to both the vendor and the buyer. The charge has to be released before the property can be sold. We will discuss with the Law Society further on the detailed arrangements. In other words, the owner has to release the charge before the property is a good title for completion of a property transaction. And of course, for incoming talents, the Immigration Department maintains a list. I refer to the period of 9 years. So to be a permanent resident, one has to have stayed in Hong Kong for 7 years. There will be 2 years of buffer because when he first arrives, he will need time to adjust and then decide whether he wants to stay for good. So after 9 years, the list will be seen by the Director of Immigration, and if he's still not a PR, he has to pay up the stamp duty within 30 days. Now, late payment will attract a penalty, and it can be up to 10 times the original tax. The lady in white on the right. I'm from Phoenix TV. The first question is, in the policy address, we have a few measures on developing Hong Kong into an international financial center. In 2003, there have been only 44 IPOs in Hong Kong, a drop of 65%. I'd like to know how you're going to improve the situation. The second question is on RCEP. We intended to access to RCEP in July. However, that hasn't been done yet. So what measures do you have to achieve this target? Can I defer to my colleague? For RCEP, well, earlier last year we applied to access to RCEP. It takes 7 or 8 months to assess, and after the procedures are done, then they will have to meet to consider all applications. In a recent meeting, they have yet to decide what should be the requirements for a new member. We hope that in November, when they meet again, they can confirm the membership requirements and see whether they can consider our application. Hopefully, we can join RCEP in early next year.
Your other question about the IPOs and also the actual situation. If you look at the global securities market, the mainland in Hong Kong, the markets have been tanking. Hong Kong is a small, external-oriented economy. We're susceptible to changes outside. 70% of the enterprises in Hong Kong are from the mainland. And this year, our equity market has not been doing very well this year. Since the market is not doing particularly well, the IPOs have also been affected. Our view is we want to improve the market liquidity of the equity markets in Hong Kong, and there will be support for the prices as a result. And this is our thinking. So we have a committee, a task force, look at the market liquidity. As I said in answer to earlier questions, we have to look at the listing regime, the trading mechanism, the costs, and we really want to bring in more capital into Hong Kong and bring in more quality enterprises to get listed in Hong Kong. We are taking forward the issue on the basis of this. This year, the geopolitics are really affecting us, and this also impinge on the flow of capital. Over the past couple of months, the chief executive or myself and other policy bureau chiefs have been trying to attract enterprises to come to Hong Kong. And we've been to a lot of places. We've been to the Middle East, and it's one of the considerations.
From RTHK. So, Mr. Chan, you just mentioned the deficit will be larger than the estimated one in the budget. Can you tell us which measure in the policy address is expected to be the most costly one? And also, Ms. Ho, can you recap in English how will the government prevent or handle the situation that the foreign professionals or talents avoid paying tax as they are allowed to defer their property tax payments? Thank you.
Okay. If I may invite the Secretary for Housing to address your second question first. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I just, because I have given a rather long answer in Cantonese, maybe I just recap shortly in English. Basically, the procedure is that when someone, the foreign talent, come to Hong Kong to buy a property, they have to apply from the Inland Revenue Department. And then with the approval, the Inland Revenue Department will register in the land registry with a stamp. So basically, you can see this, there's a charge on the land registry, which is openly, can be retrievable, the record. And during the transaction of the property, the lawyers can see the record on the land registry, which is an open record, which they can check. So during the transaction, the lawyers will make sure that any tax that has to be paid must be paid before the transaction can complete, and to prove that the property is of a good title. On the other hand, when the tenant come to Hong Kong, there's a 9-year period. 7 years is the time that they can become a permanent resident, and the 2 year is a buffer. When they first come, they may need to settle down, and after 7 years, they may need some time to make application for procedure. And after 9 years, if the tenant still has not become a permanent resident, then the Immigration Department has the record, and the Inland Revenue Department can, based on that record, follow up on the request that they have to pay the tax, and within 30 days they have to pay the tax. Otherwise, it's a late payment of the tax, and the penalty will be great. A long delay of late payment will come up with 10 times of the original tax, and that's a very, very strong penalty. Thank you.
As to the expenditure, the recurrent expenditure total for the policy address this time, we estimate it would cost several $billion. As to which one would be the most expensive item, it really depends on a number of different factors, which sometimes is very difficult to estimate with certainty. Say, for example, the number of newborn babies. But I would say if the newborn baby bonus is the most popular spending, the largest sum of money, it would be money happily spent.
好，下一條提問。
Next question. And the gentleman black closer to me, please. Wan Wei Pao. In connection with the deficit, the Financial Secretary said that the government is spending a few $billion more. And for revenue, I think you will have to wait for the enterprises to come to Hong Kong and wait for them to pay tax. Will you consider any revenue-raising measures? Will you be considering raising the corporate profits tax or the salaries tax? At the present moment, we don't have any intention of raising any tax, profits tax, salaries tax. We don't have any plan for at the present moment. We mentioned all the initiatives, and this would cost us a few $billion a year. Let's say, for instance, for the profits tax, it is something like $170 billion per year. If I take 5% more, it would be $8 billion or thereabout. If the economic situation is good, people are making money and they're paying more tax. And in the coming few years, if we can entice more enterprises to come to Hong Kong and they make profit in Hong Kong, and they will also be making contribution to the coffers. Now, for the 30 enterprises under the Oasis, most of them are from the senior echelon positions, and we are working very hard to attract businesses and investment to come to Hong Kong, and they are making contribution to our taxation system, and I'm pretty confident in that. In the budget, we said that the taxation system the world over is undergoing changes, and there will be the lowest tax rate globally. The lowest tax rate and it will bring about $15 billion in taxation if this is implemented. The lady in blue at the far end, please. At the far, yes, closer to me. Two questions, if I may, about the investment entrance scheme, capital investment entrance scheme. Now, this is raised to $30 million, and renminbi-denominated assets will be included. Why do you consider this? And also, how can you make sure that they will have the asset? Mr. Hui, yes, about the capital investment entrance scheme. If you look at the budget and also this announcement this time, in terms of eligibility, we are adopting the same as that in 2010. That this is sufficiently clear for the applicants. We will be proceeding on the basis of these criteria. You mentioned the RMB-denominated assets. We have been promoting the internationalization of the RMB, and Hong Kong is one of the largest offshore RMB centers outside the mainland. We have a lot of RMB investment, so it's got nothing to do with the mainland applicants. You mentioned the virtual asset. Next Monday, together with the Bureau colleagues, we will be appearing at the Financial Affairs panel to bring electrical members up to date on the situation. In June this year, as you're probably aware, we have introduced a new regulatory system to regulate the virtual asset exchanges. In terms of the provision of products and the involvement of investors, we do have the regulatory arrangement for supply and demand. We do have the guardrails to make sure that in terms of the provision of products and also the investor education, we will put in place all the necessary arrangement. So when we put in place the framework and also take forward the virtual asset market, we have already considered all these various factors.
Last one. The lady in red. I'm from Mingpao. Good afternoon. Now, revenue from land sales is on the low side, and you've removed some demand side management measures, but the adjustment is less than expected. Given that revenue has dropped, how can the government cope with spending on infrastructure? And can you tell us more on the offers for development of major development? And it seems that the policy address has focused on ASEAN and B&R countries. Little is there to attract companies from the U.S. and Europe. Are you following the trend of the mainland, and will that be our direction for the future as well? Will foreign investors in Hong Kong come and go, as they always do? So we do not mind too much short-term changes. We still attach a lot of importance to traditional markets, but at the same time, we have to tap into new markets. I visited Europe recently. I visited 4 cities in 9 days. I went to France, London, Frankfurt, and Berlin. On the political front, you could see from media reports the sentiments were not very good, but from my contact with the business sector, I felt that they saw opportunities in the development in Hong Kong and GB and the mainland. However, their understanding and knowledge of our market may differ. We have to bring across to them information in relation to Hong Kong. I invited them to visit Hong Kong themselves. In fact, they have delegations to Hong Kong. Some have already arrived, some will arrive soon. So for the U.S. market and U.S. funds, we have to consolidate this market. But due to geopolitics and other reasons, they may come and go. So we have to tap into new markets. For ASEAN countries and B&R countries, we believe the Middle East should be our focus in the future. I visited the Middle East last December. I took part in a major symposium, and apart from major conventions, they've also got bilateral meetings. Their ministries and officials on investment and the business sector wanted to spread their investment. They have a great interest in Hong Kong, in the mainland, and in Asia. It's just that they have limited understanding of these markets. So while we consolidate traditional markets, we must reach out to new markets, because a Middle East sovereign fund can have a scale of $1 trillion. So it is an important market for us. When we develop into a world financial center, we should attract quality international companies to list in Hong Kong, and we should also attract capital, not just from the mainland, but from other parts of the world to come to Hong Kong. Another question is on revenue from land sales. It is always subject to the prevailing market conditions. You can check our record in the past 1 or 2 decades. Revenue from land sales did fluctuate. In public finance management, when the economy is not that good, it's important we have sufficient reserves and borrowing power, so that when the environment is bad, we will not withdraw. Otherwise, we will worsen the situation. We have experienced that ourselves, and we have also seen this in other countries. Since we have the strength, we must be bold enough to invest in the future, and we should spend money where it is needed. In the past few years, our grassroots have been subject to tremendous pressure, so we should have relief measures. Our reserves are for that purpose. Meanwhile, we have to have new sources of revenue. We should develop new economic areas. We should have new drive engines in our economy. Some of them are mentioned in the policy address and also explained by the secretaries here today. So the important thing is to maintain our confidence. We must manage risks and tackle them prudently. While we address risks prudently, we must grasp all opportunities and work together. With concerted efforts, we can develop our economy. Thank you. The press conference ends here. I apologize. I'm coming to that question. Now, on the Committee on the Financing of Major Development Projects, we have done different types of infrastructure projects in Hong Kong, whether they be railway projects or otherwise. They all bring benefits to Hong Kong. So when the government considers whether a certain development project should be undertaken, it all depends on the cost benefits. We have to adopt an anti-cyclical mentality in taking forward major infrastructure projects. Even we have sufficient reserves to cover them. Is it the wisest to use our own money to develop the projects? Sometimes it's not. Perhaps we should use funds both from the market and from our own. You may recall that a few years back, members of the public wanted low-risk investment items with considerable return. So if we identify infrastructure projects that will yield benefits with low risk, perhaps a better approach is not just to borrow from the market. We can issue bonds for the public. Perhaps that's a good option, and that's why we are going to set up the Office for the Financing of Major Development Projects to coordinate such projects, because we have many projects in the pipeline and we have to consider the priorities, the program, and also the pace. We need coordination in these areas, and how much money should come from the government, how much from the market. When it comes to the market, how much should come from corporate lenders, how much from the community. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you the details at this stage, but for sure it will be the work cut out for this office. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. The press briefing ends here. Thank you.
派2號電視啊！你上出畫面先開。嗰個算唔算係我哋？嗰個啫嘛，係你想出嚇？不過你開咗唔好咯。OK， 瞄咗啦，瞄咗啦。唔使咯，似乜鬼啊！好實。
知道呢部嘅，因為真係呢部機同埋同事會
收埋 projector。
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's press conference. We have today with us Mr. Michael Wong, Deputy Financial Secretary, Ms. Bernadette Lin, Secretary for Development, Ms. Winnie Ho, Secretary for Housing, Permanent Secretary for Development Works, Mr. Ricky Lau, Permanent Secretary for Development Planning and Lands, Ms. Doris Ho, and Permanent Secretary for Housing, Ms. Rosanna Lau. Mr. Wong will speak first, and the two secretaries will give a PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Mr. Wong. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to have the chance to brief you on our policy initiatives concerning housing with the two secretaries. I'll brief you on a few points first. To provide a better place for people to work and live in, we must have enough land and housing supply. Since the current term government took office, we have done a lot of work to enhance quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality to produce land and housing. In terms of land supply, the government has the determination and capability to reverse the situation where land supply was tight. Last year, we first published the 10-year supply forecast of developable land, that is spade-ready sites. We are on track in terms of our progress. According to the latest forecast, in the coming 10 years, that is 2024-25 to year 2033-34, the supply of developable land will reach 3,370 hectares, representing an increase of 90 hectares compared to the last forecast for year 2023-24 to 2032-33. The Northern Metropolis and Khao Yi Chau artificial islands are the major source of supply of spade-ready sites, and the two projects are being developed in full steam. And the Secretary for Development will announce the Northern Metropolis Action Agenda shortly. In terms of public housing supply in the coming 10 years, that is year 2024-25 to 2033-34, the demand for public housing is 308,000 units. It is expected that in the coming 10 years, 410,000 public housing units will be completed, and we will exceed our target by 100,000 units. In the first 5-year period, that is 2024-25 to 2028-29, the overall public housing supply will reach 172,000 units, including light public housing. Compared to the 5-year period at the beginning of the current term government, that is 2022-23 to 2026-27, an addition of 67,000 households will be benefited. The expected increase in public housing supply will give us a chance to tackle the long-standing issues of subdivided units. The government will shortly set up an interdepartmental task force on tackling the issue of SDUs, and we strive to have the first meeting next week. In the course of our study, we will collect different views from different sectors of the community, and we will, in accordance with the Chief Executive's request, give recommendations in the following directions in 10 months' time. First, we will set the minimum standards of living conditions for SDUs in terms of their building safety, fire safety, and hygiene requirements, living space, etc. Second, we'll suggest measures to eradicate substandard SDUs. Third, we'll prevent the resurgence of substandard SDUs. And fourth, we'll put forward solutions to address the problem in an orderly manner, covering administrative and legislative proposals. In tackling the issue of SDUs, I must stress that as the government strives to eradicate SDUs, we will come up with suitable follow-up arrangements, so that SDU tenants won't be forced to move to places with even higher rent or become homeless. We understand that the issue of SDUs cannot be tackled overnight. We need time to do that, and we need a consensus among the different sectors of the community. We need your support as well, but we're confident that we'll be able to resolve this long-standing issue. Now I'll invite the Secretary for Development to walk us through the details of the relevant policy initiatives. I'll walk you through the relevant policy in relation to land and housing development with the aid of a PowerPoint presentation. As mentioned by Deputy Financial Secretary, we have this 10-year forecast of developable land supply. For the coming 10 years, as mentioned, there will be an increase of 90 hectares of land. You may wonder why there is an increase of 90 hectares of land. As we move to the coming 10-year period, we'll see that projects including Northern Metropolis, Khao Yai Chau, Artificial Islands, and etc. to be developed or taken forward. And as we move through times, there will be adjustment to our timetable and schedules of different projects. That's why we see an increase of 90 hectares of land in the coming 10 years. So for the first year of this 10-year period, it is 2023 to 24. We're coming to an end to this first year of the 10-year period. Well, compared to the forecast we published last year, we expected to provide 110 hectares of spade-ready sites. Now, we foresee that we are able to provide about 120 hectares of land. So we're slightly ahead of our forecast. This chart will be released to the media after this press conference, and this shows the 10-year forecast of developable land supply. You may be able to notice that in the second 5-year period, there is a lot of beige area. The beige part shows the land for which we're carrying out studies. After we've finished the studies, we will know how much will be distributed for housing, how much will be for economic use or community facilities. For this 3,300 some hectares of land, of which about 1,400 hectares will come from the Northern Metropolis. Another 400 hectares will come from the Khao Yai Chau Artificial Islands. So over half of the land supply will come from these two large-scale development projects. In terms of the Northern Metropolis project, I won't go into the details now. I will leave it till we publish the Northern Metropolis Action Agenda to tell you more. There will be 4 zones in the Northern Metropolis. I understand that some journalists have asked us why we are looking into 4 zones instead of 3. That's because when we carried out in-depth study, we wanted to have a clearer and more detailed positioning for each of these zones. We hope that we're able to achieve that by dividing the metropolis into 4 zones. On Monday, we'll release the action agenda, and it will set out what kind of projects we plan to roll out and the relevant timetable. When we talk about the Northern Metropolis, apart from looking at the land supply and the relevant timetable, we strive to be innovative as well. As we plan how to use land and as we approve land, we want to be innovative. For instance, in one zone, say for INT zone, we want to be able to include different facilities for different uses, so that we can go through the statutory procedures smoothly. For INT, take the Sentient Techno Pole as an example. we will invite tenders as well as grant land, and the ITIB is currently conducting studies.
Another thing I'd like to say is in the northern metropolis, we do have the measures to extend the enhanced conventional new town approach. This involves the private land, and the government said very clearly that we will be taking this forward by means of resumption. But if they do have the timetable for their own use, we will allow the land exchange to happen. In Kutong North, Fanning North, we are moving down this path, and this has been serving us pretty well. So in the policy address, we made it clear that in the northern metropolis, in the new development areas, that this approach will apply. Second, the land where this applies will not only cover the residential land or the commercial land, the industrial sites or the community, private community facilities like the private homes for the elderly. We will also introduce this particular concept. The idea is to tie in with the government's development. Another measure is that the owners on this land, previously if they wanted to participate in the land swap, they have to own the land up to 100%. But the reality shows that in the mainland, the land ownership may be hard to resume. In some cases, particularly the Chotong land. After consideration, if 90% of the ownership can be resumed, which is a pretty high threshold, then we would allow the land exchange. For the remaining 10%, the government will exercise its power to resume the land, and the landowner can enjoy the development by way of land exchange. You may ask, what are the advantages? I must emphasize that the government really wants to tie in with our objective. The other good thing is that we don't really have to activate the resumption process, and that would save quite a bit of time, and there will be savings achieved in terms of expenditure, because we don't have to dig into our pocket to make the compensation. We don't have to do the site formation, and this site to be developed will be compatible with the neighboring site as well. Let me turn very quickly now to the Kao Chau artificial islands. These 1,000 hectares, we have had public participation. We will be conducting the EIA this year, and there will be project design next year. Towards the end of 2015, the reclamation will take place. And within the 10-year period, 400 hectares will be derived from the Kao Chau. In the earlier session, the journalists mentioned the financing. I don't go into detail about that now. For major development, we like to select sites that offer good potential, and also to enhance the attractiveness as a metropolis. We don't really, we're not after only the housing land. There are 3 sites here. The first one is the revitalization of Hong Ham Station and nearby sites. On the right-hand side, the blue portion is what we have in mind for revitalization, totaling 10 hectares. In the middle, this is very much the landmark for Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Coliseum. To the north and south of the Coliseum, we have about 10 hectares. We'd like to see that revitalized. I'm sure you've been to the Hong Kong Coliseum. You noticed it to the south. The site is lying vacant. It used to be a cargo handling facilities there. If you want to walk over to Tsim Sha Tsui East or the waterfront after a concert, it is not a really walkable area. So since the Hong Ham station is the place where a number of main lines converge, this is a place where a lot of people are converging. We'd like to take full advantage of these blue portions and revitalize the Hong Ham area and link it up with the Tsim Sha Tsui East at the waterfront. We've asked the MTRC to conduct a study. There will be some proposals next year. Another site that has character is the ex-Lama Quarry site. It has the artificial lagoon. It is a pretty nice area, but it has been rented out for recreational use at the moment. We'd like to develop some accommodation and tourism facilities there. These are just by way of examples. We are going to have some brainstorming session in the hope of generating some ideas. The other one is the South Lantau Eco-Recreation Corridor. Now we have the theme of developing the north and maintaining or conserving the south. We'd like to take full advantage of the greenery there, the green belt there. As the chief executive said, we're going to be launching certain developments there, and we will not be using the green belts for high density housing development. A lot of the green belts do offer very good potential for recreational facilities. We like to have more in-depth tours in the South Lantau area. In the first half of next year, there will be some proposals to be put forward for public consultation. And let me very briefly talk about the enhancement of efficiency and quality. Now, this is an ongoing exercise. I'd like to mention the extension of standard rates for the compensation of rural land. Details will be announced soon. The farmland in the rural areas cover a broad swathe of land. We are looking at Yuen Long, North, and Tuen Mun. We picked these three areas for a pilot, and we hope that there will be the standard rates to be formulated. You may ask why these three. Basically, in these three areas, they take up 70% of the lease modification applications. Another very important subject is the enhancement of quality. We will be devoting a lot of efforts to urban renewal. The URA will be taking forward their projects. We also would like to facilitate the private sector to start the redevelopment there, and that has to do with the compulsory sale threshold. There are some new proposals here. Basically, we have had regard to the meetings with the local organizations and the owners. They support lowering the threshold, but they reminded us not to just focus our attention on the age of the building. Now we said that for buildings over 50, it should be lower to 70. There are some suggestions that we should look at them on a district-by-district basis. The 50-row buildings are scattered all over Hong Kong. Some of them are not in the old urban areas. In old urban areas, it is 80%. If the buildings are over 60 years of age, we have a sliding scale there. Don't propose to bore you with the minute details here, or the details are in the table. The lowest threshold is only 65%, not the 6% earlier alluded to. Some said earlier that with 60% compared with the Southeast Asia and the mainland, it is a little bit lower. So we have had regard to the international experience there.
Another topic close to everyone's heart is the buildings ordinance. We will review the ordinance. We will strengthen the penalty system as well as lower the prosecution threshold. For buildings with unauthorized building works or with non-compliance in relation to mandatory building inspection notice, we often issue inspection order. If you comply with the order, then you won't be prosecuted. A lot of times, the owners or people concerned tell us that they aren't aware of the inspection scheme. So we will raise the prosecution threshold. Even if you comply with the order to, say, demolish the concerned unauthorized building works, we may still initiate prosecution. We will also review the registration and disciplinary systems for contractors. For instance, some signatories, they do not have their own registration systems, and we may consider introducing a registration system for them, and this is within the scope of our review. We will also review the Buildings Department Design Manual. We will see whether we are able to incorporate more elements that are friendly to elderly people. Say we'll review the width of bathrooms, for instance. And we'll see if this has to be made mandatory. Lastly, I'll talk about how we're going to cope with extreme weather. We will do more on improving our drainage system as well as improving slopes works. And these details are all set out in the policy address, so I won't go into the details here. I'll pass the floor to Secretary for Housing. Good afternoon. In the previous press conferences this afternoon, I have covered housing initiatives to boost fertility as well as policy initiatives concerning buildings. There are other initiatives set out in the policy address concerning housing. First, we want to enhance quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality. I'm referring to our first year progress. We have worked hard to increase public housing supply, shorten the waiting time for public rental housing, as well as enhance the well-being of public housing residents. In late September 2023, as at then, over 90% of the traditional public housing was to be completed from 2023 to 2027. And the first batch of the light public housing units will be completed in 2024 to 25. And our target is that we'll be able to commence work by the end of 2023. And our target is to complete 30,000 units by 2026 to 2027. In terms of transitional housing, we're seeing good progress as at end of September this year. About 8,000 units are in operation already. It is expected that in the coming 2 years, another 13,000 new units will be completed. In terms of occupancy rate, the ones in the urban areas reach 100% occupancy rate. And some of the units in urban areas reach 110%, and for those in the new territories, it reaches about 80% or even 90% in Tongsum Estate. We've also launched the private subsidized sale flats pilot scheme, and we are discussing the work for different projects now. We're trying to advance allocation for public rental housing applicants. Around 14,000 of these flats have been identified for phased completion. It is expected that over 2,000 public rental housing units will be completed in the first half of 2024, advancing the completion by about 5 to 8 months, and these units are located in Tuen Mun and Cheng Yi. In terms of application of innovative construction technologies, we have identified 5 projects for adopting the modular integrated construction approach. For this 5-year period, we have identified 5 projects already to adopt the MIC approach. And we have kept the average waiting time for public rental housing. The peak was about 6 years, and now it's gone down to about 5.3 years. We're working towards a target of 4.5 years by 2026 to 27. There will be 30,000 light public housing units, and the completion of these units will help us reach the target. There may be hiccups as we try to meet our targets depending on the sizes of the completed units, the supply of housing units, and where the housing units will be situated. But we are working towards the goal of 4.5 years. We're also working on the well-being design guidelines. This concept was raised last year, and we've already kick-started the consultancy study. We have visited 17 housing estates, and we've talked to the residents there to collect their views. As you can see from the pictures here, there are already ideas on how we plan to beautify some of the public housing estates. The first one is Wuti Estate, and there are graphics of butterflies displayed in different parts of the housing estate. In terms of policy objectives in the future, we would like to continue to enhance quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality. We want to enhance the facilities in public housing estate, and we want to establish a task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units, and there will be policies concerning private housing as well. In the coming 10 years, we will need 308,000 public housing units. We have already identified enough land for building about 410,000 units, and we've exceeded our target by about 100,000 units. In terms of boosting public housing supply, there will be 142,000 units in the next 5-year period, that is traditional public housing units. Together with light public housing units, which will reach about 30,000 units, we have some 9% more public housing units. So there is an excess of 67,000 units. Approximately. In the next 5 years, we'll continue to enhance speed in housing supply, and we'll continue to strive to shorten waiting time for public housing. In terms of subsidized housing, we propose to relax the arrangement on mortgage default guarantee. Counting from the date of first assignment, the maximum mortgage default guarantee period will be extended from 30 years to 50 years. So for the second market, as mentioned, the period will be extended from 30 years to 50 years. And for the maximum mortgage repayment period, in the primary and second-hand market, it will be about 25 to 30 years. We need to put in a lot of resources to maintain the safety of public housing estates. As we see the aging of some of the public housing estates, we plan to launch redevelopment projects. There are currently 10 redevelopment projects underway. We will demolish 17,000 flats and 4,800 factory estate units. And we will be able to provide through these redevelopment projects 32,800 flats. As we redevelop these housing estates, we also want to provide additional local open space and recreational facilities.
Estate management, we are using new technology like BIM, and in the days to come, we can also introduce the concept of smart estate management. We can cooperate with the IT organizations to enhance the efficiency. We'll identify 10 PRH estates as pilot sites. We'll adopt the IoT, sensors, AI, and mobile devices and so on to help with the day-to-day estate management. As to building technology, it is our aim to have half of the projects constructed by MIC in order to enhance the quality, quantity, speed, and efficiency. I visited some of the plants in the Greater Bay Area that are dealing with the Housing Authority projects, and I've seen the scale, I've seen how they use robotics in the process. In the Housing Authority projects, 37 will see robotics being introduced to identify how best we can build our housing stock in a more effective and efficient way. Next, the task force on tackling subdivided units, the DFS, has already touched on this. Perhaps I can just say a little bit in brief here. In 10 months' time, a report will be submitted to the Chief Executive with specific recommendations as to how best we can resolve these SDU issues. For private housing, according to the long-term housing strategy, the supply target is projected to be 132,000 units. The government will make available sufficient land in the coming 5 years to provide 80,000 units. We have the GSH, the HOS, the private SSF production, and we have a whole host of different housing ladder for the buyers. Right, please identify yourself before you put questions. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Mike will come to you. Third row, lady in white, please. Oriental Daily. Well, in relation to childbirth, those with newborn will be given the priority to select flats or to be allocated flats. The waiting time will be cut by 1 year. The singletons will be made a lot longer as a result. And also SDUs, now you've set up this SDU task force. Now we had the tenancy control task force before that brought in people from different diverse range of backgrounds. Are you going to be doing the same for this SDU task force? Will there be any specific timetable as to how soon the SDUs will be eliminated? Right on the question about the subdivided units, I'll take the question about the childbirth and the allocation of units. Earlier, I defer to my colleague. That the time frame is clear. I mean, the clock started yesterday. It will run for 10 months, and we will be submitting a report to the Chief Executive. The task force is composed of government officials. As the Chief Executive said, in the process, we would have regard to a wide variety of views. There will be focused consultation. I defer to Ms. Ho for the first question. About the priority for the PRH units, at the moment we have a scheme for senior citizens. The senior citizens will see a reduction of the waiting time by 6 months. Now we're encouraging childbirth, and we understand that the living environment would certainly make a difference to whether one would consider having a family. So this is something that we are considering giving priority to. We are proposing cutting the waiting time by 1 year. Next, please. Gentleman in green, please. General C. Also subdivided units, DFS. Some standards will be formulated in the policy address. The Chief Executive affirmed that there are subdivided units that are of better quality. Now, you will be formulating the standards. So those SDUs that are of better quality, are you going to be regularizing them? Is it the government's intention to eliminate all the SDUs altogether? Second, with the SDUs, they may not be able to comply with the building and fire regulations. Now, when you formulate the standards, are you going to amend the legislation in such a way that you will regularize the existence of some of the SDUs? Right. Thank you for your question. Now, for the SDUs, we will be coming up with the standards. There will be two scenarios. Either the unit is in compliance or it is in breach. At the moment, we are focusing our attention on the SDUs that falling short of the standard. You've got a point there. We do need to have the statutory power for us to do the work. It's not the case that all of them are in breach of the fire services regulation. When they subdivide the units, they can work with the buildings department. Some of them are in compliance. Now we need 10 months. The 10 months represent a tight timetable. We have to come up with the standard. The standards have to be reasonable. It cannot be too lax. If it is too stringent, it is not realistic. And we have to come up with the measures. We have to understand the situation, and we have to have a freezing survey to enable us to know how many SDUs are there in Hong Kong in order to stop any increase in the new SDUs. As I said a moment ago, progressively we will be taking these forward. We have to consider all the measures. Like Ms. Lin said, in the second 5-year, that we're going to see an increase in the number of PRH units and also the private housing units.
Next question. The lady in pink in this row here. I'm from Ming Pao. The government is going to revise the buildings ordinance as well as the building management ordinance. Extreme weather shows that there are unauthorized building works as well as occupancy of government land or occupation of government land. The government mentioned that it would take a risk control approach, but for houses near the sea, they are of higher risks. I wonder if you have any definitions in terms of defining high-risk houses or properties. Will the government revise or amend any procedures to improve the situation? Because there have been demands from people for government to address this issue. Will you combat on unauthorized building works? Will you review more details in this regard? Also, a question about subdivided units. I understand that the government will impose a definition on subdivided units. As we're seeing that the government is still trying to build light public housing units, and you are planning to take 10 months to give a definition. Why didn't you do it earlier? Why didn't you do it last year? How are you going to help people who are currently living in inadequate housing? And what will you do after coming up with the definition? Does that mean you will only be able to take actions in 2024, the earliest? I'll take a question about SDU. The government has been doing different work to tackle the issue of SDU. We have a working group on the tenancy control of SDU. We have passed the relevant legislation to protect SDU tenants and to prevent landlords from overcharging tenants on utility fees. And now we are trying to come up with measures to eradicate substandard SDUs. We're setting a target, which is a 10-month period. We want to present our recommendations in 10 months' time to the Chief Executive. We don't have any recommendations yet, so it won't be practical for me to answer your questions in a holistic manner. If it is necessary to have the freezing registration, we will see if there is relevant legislation for us to do that in order to prevent the resurgence of substandard SDUs. We have to look at the supply of housing units as we tackle issue of SDUs. Currently, there are different measures to support SDU tenants. In the earlier press conference, Mr. Chris Sun mentioned that if SDU tenants need a place to, say, for instance, take shower, there will be the community living rooms for them. And the question about unauthorized building works, I'll defer it to Ms. Bernadette Lin. I think we have to look at it in two aspects. We have to revise the legislation to create a greater deterrent effect, and we have to enforce the law more stringently. Also, we have to look at how we can conduct more inspections and strengthen the enforcement of law. Take unauthorized building works as an example. According to the current building ordinance, if we discover any unauthorized building works, the buildings department issue a demolition order. If the relevant owner does not comply, then we'll initiate prosecution. For non-compliance cases, the heaviest fine may go up to $200,000. So is there room for us to raise the penalty? We'll definitely look into it. Another aspect is that even if the owner complies with the demolition order, how do we prevent a resurgence of such cases? It's not enough for the owner just to demolish the unauthorized building works. We want to give more power to the buildings department. If it discovers unauthorized building works, it can initiate prosecution right away, so that we don't have to wait until the owner to not comply with the order to initiate prosecution. Some owners of unauthorized building works may say that they're not aware of the legislation, or they're not reminded by people that they have to demolish the unauthorized works. So we'll look into this as we revise the legislation. Take Red Hill Peninsula as an example. The Buildings Department already made it clear that the 80 houses near the sea are at higher risk because they are built right on the slope. If there are unauthorized basement, then it will be at high risk because it's right on the slope. So we are taking the risk control approach, and this approach we will adopt it in other types of investigation work. We're not just waiting for people to report cases to us. We are taking initiative to conduct inspection and investigation. We need more resources to strengthen our work. The lady at the back. I'm from RTHK. I have a question about subdivided units. It is mentioned that the government will take 10 months and a tight schedule. It is a tight schedule. Will there be a chance that recommendations will not be given within 10 months? What kind of work will be the most time-consuming? What difficulties do you foresee as you try to come up with recommendations in 10 months' time? Well, if you set minimum standards of living conditions for SDUs, will you consider issuing licenses in the future for SDUs? Well, I thank you for taking interest in this issue. We can do a lot in 10 months' time. We have to set a standard, we have to reach a consensus on the standard, and then we'll come up with concrete measures. We're not just going to conduct studies. After conducting studies, we will have a better picture of the situation and we'll come up with concrete recommendations. And in the end, the chief executive will consider all these. So we are 100% confident that we'll be able to finish the work in 10 months' time, but I just want to stress that it is a tight timeline. You mentioned about different possibilities. I don't want to make any speculations now. I believe that some form of registration will be required in the future for substandard SDUs. Well, we'll have to first understand what it means by substandard SDU. If we want to eradicate substandard SDUs, well, of course we can issue warning or advices at the beginning. If we, however, want owners to stop operating SDUs, then we'll need the support of laws or legislations. And for details, we'll have to wait for the relevant working group to start their work to know more. The lady over there, please. I'm from cable TV. The government promised that there will be transitional arrangement in place. Have you made an estimation of how many people are living in SDUs now? Will light public housing be enough to accommodate these SDU tenants? Well, people who are living in SDUs, they also consider the rent. And if they want to live in better SDUs, the rent will be more expensive. How are you going to tackle this issue? I have a question about the compulsory requirement for auctions. How do you set the threshold at 65%? Would it be too easy for developers to reach the threshold? And would it result in unfairness? I'll first respond to the question about SDU. There are about 111,000 SDU tenants and about 200,000 tenants involved. Well, let's not assume that all of the SDUs in Hong Kong are substandard. After we've set the standard, we'll know which ones fall under the standard. As mentioned, there will be transitional arrangement, there will be follow-up arrangements. By transitional arrangement, I mean that when the standard is clear, the owners may be allowed to modify or improve the SDUs so that the SDUs can meet the set standards. Say, for instance, an SDU tenant has already signed a lease for 2 years, and we may wait until the lease expires to eradicate the relevant substandard SDUs. Also, SDU tenants may consider moving to public housing unit or even private housing unit, and we'll take into consideration different factors when we eradicate SDUs that are substandard.
But compulsory sale, with the lowering of the threshold, a realistic issue is to strike a balance between the protection of the small owners and also the redevelopment of the old and dilapidated buildings. We have to have this balance right. Under what circumstances should we lower these to 65%? There are two scenarios. One is the building is 70 years of age or more. Doesn't matter what district it is, 70-year-old sounds to us to be really old and decrepit, and the need for redevelopment is so much higher. Now, for buildings that are 60 to 69, and they are in districts where there are many old buildings, we're going to make an announcement later on. By the time we seek legislative amendment, basically 又望馬頭角嘅西營盤、上環灣差 and so on. If they are situated in these districts aged between 60 and 69, I think we can apply the 65% threshold. But does it mean that when we hit 65%, we will be able to achieve compulsory sale? It may not be the case, because the whole procedure will be dealt with by the Lands Tribunal. The tribunal will have regard to these buildings. They may fulfill the threshold, but do they have to be subject to redevelopment? And also the court will specify a compensation level to make sure that the owners will enjoy reasonable recompense. I must emphasize that in improving the policy, we have introduced an arrangement in a way that next year a new office will be set up, which is tasked to deal with the owners that are affected by the compulsory sale. Before the court hearing, there will be professional advice that would be given them, like whether they would like to resort to mediation without going through the legal proceedings. If the legal proceedings are taking place, we will help them to get the professional evaluation and the professional service. And after the compulsory sale, we would render them assistance in relation to the identification of alternative accommodation. So we are proceeding along those lines. Next, please. The lady in black over there, please. According to the policy address, the green belts will not be built on a massive scale. Are you going to give us the undertaking that the fringes of the country parks will not be built on? Are you going to be moving in the direction of conservation for these areas? Are you going to be developing the northern metropolis first, ahead of the Kaoyuchao artificial islands? Right, let me take the second question first. Our policy is a dual-track approach. For the Kaoyuchao artificial islands, there will be some studies to be undertaken. with the support of LegCo in 2025, we should be able to get on with the reclamation work. Northern Metropolis is a little bit different because it is an ongoing exercise. A lot is happening there, so it is somewhat different. As to the Green Belt, I defer to Ms. Lin. Right. You put a question about the Green Belt and the country park. Now, Hong Kong is running short of resources in terms of land, and I do think we should give the undertaking that there will not be any changes to any particular site. But with land supply, it's always a matter of priority. On different occasions, the Chief Executive has also mentioned this in his policy address. On different occasions, we said the country parks remain country parks. But outside, on the periphery, I'm sure you understand that the periphery of the countryside, a country park, is also a part of the country park. We have 40% that are country parks, and people cherish the country parks. In terms of priority, I think we are talking about the green belts on the fringes of the country park. We have 16,000 hectares of green belts. Some of them are in the catchment area, and some of them are beset with very steep gradient, which are not conducive to any development. Over the years, we have identified something like 1,400 hectares of green belts that are being studied. Some of them work has already been underway for housing development. At this point in time, we can see that from now through to 2048, under the 2030 plus program, we have made clear that 7,000 hectares of site have been secured. For the coming 10 years, we're going to have 3,300 hectares of developable spate-ready land. So instead of devoting so much effort to looking at the environmental impact with a view to developing the green belt, it would be far better for us to focus our attention on the identified land to make sure that we can go ahead with them. But does it mean that we cannot take advantage of the green belts? The green belts are really good recreational and tourism resources. We may not be identifying more green belts for housing purposes as a matter of priority, but we can still consider using some of the green belts for the purposes of tourism and recreational purposes to enrich the tourism resources there. Next, please. Lady on the second row, please.
So firstly, regarding the subdivided flats, given the long wait for public housing, will quarantine facilities such as the one in Kai Tak be used to speed up the temporary housing supply? And the second question is to learn more about the new mechanism for large-scale redevelopment. What are some possible proposals? And as the artificial islands will only be available after a decade, how will the mechanism be able to facilitate redevelopment projects by URA and private developers? And will the government consider short-term measures like injecting funds into the URA to reduce the financial burden? Thank you.
The facilities for quarantine, they will be put to productive use one after another. In fact, we've already announced the use of some of those facilities. So as and when the plans are ready for implementation, they will be announced. At this stage, we have no intention of utilizing those facilities towards public housing purposes, whether on a permanent or temporary basis. Your second question, I beg your pardon, I did not quite get it. Are you saying that whether the Committee on Financing of Major Development Projects will benefit ongoing infrastructure projects? Was that your question?
It's about this.
study.
Redevelopment. I got it. I'll refer that to Secretary Lin.
Yes, I think you are referring to a study which we are going to commission as to how we can use some of the land on the Gaoyizhao artificial islands to support the redevelopment in the older urban areas. Actually, this study is commissioned as a forward-looking move, because if the government has said that we are going to facilitate more of redevelopment projects in the coming years, redevelopment by both the Urban Renewal Authority and also the private market, naturally, they will need land for decanting space. And for the Urban Renewal Authority, they would also need resources. So we think by mounting this study, we can see on the part of the URA whether some of the land in the artificial islands can be granted to the URA as an addition to their asset. An asset can generate resources to help their redevelopment in the urban areas. And for private redevelopment projects, we also hope to see whether there can be a linkage with the new parcels of land on the artificial islands and the redevelopment projects in the older urban areas to facilitate or incentivize the private developers move in proceeding with their redevelopment. So these are broad directions, but as to the exact measures, we would have to complete the study first.
好，由於時間關係，我哋今日最後一個提問，呢邊嗰行。
Due to interest of time, we'll take the last question. The gentleman over there. I'm from St. Cow. I have a question for Ms. Bernadette Min. It's expected that the Fanning Golf Course will be used for producing some 12,000 housing units, and it is expected that these units will only be produced by 2024, and there will be another 100,000 extra units that you provide. Will you consider dealing with these units separately? My second question. There is mentioning about transport infrastructure in Northern Metropolis in the policy address. There is not a lot of mentioning about infrastructure in artificial islands in Gaoyichao. There have been criticisms about the artificial islands project not being able to break even. I'll take the question about the Gaoyichao artificial islands. We've conducted a lot of studies and assessments on the artificial islands project. As mentioned, we hope to commence the reclamation work in 2025. From the government's perspective, the Gaoyichao artificial islands project as well as the Northern Metropolis projects are both very important. They play different roles and functions. I hope I am able to answer your second question. Well, I'll also answer your first question. From the government's position, well, our view is that if you look at the Fanling Golf Course, we're not resuming all the land there. We're only resuming 32 hectares, and over 25 hectares of which we're using it for gardens or parks. And the LCSD has already opened the park, and if you have time, you may want to visit it yourself. We'll use 9 hectares of the land for public housing, and this is our direction now. As you mentioned, there is a court case now. Whether the results of the court proceedings will affect the final decision of the government, I don't want to make any assumption or speculation now. We'll have to wait for the results of the court proceedings. Thank you, everyone. That's all for the press conference today.